G'day everybody, and welcome back to Vulcan, where I'm in my new little production hole, depression thing, where I've got, and hopefully enough space I can actually put stackers on my machines. There was a part of me that was like, ooh, am I motivated enough to try and learn how to make it so that my machines could be set to have an order of a specific number of items? I don't think I'm ready. I don't think I'm ready to put that much brain work in. Cause I started reading someone's explanation of how they've done it and I'm like, oh, there's so much in the way that having to memories and I think I like the concept. I do really like the concept of being saying, hey, I want 100 cable coils made. But no. 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 Also, I did this based on a suggestion that because this doesn't need to be plugged into power. It just needs to be connected to the data of the computer. And this way it's on its own isolated little circuit and doesn't need to interact with anything else, which means I can't possibly accidentally write to the wrong housing, that sort of thing, which is nice. Why didn't you leave the glass panels on the corridor? Because I didn't want the glass panels on the corridor. I wanted railings up here. That's why. I didn't like them. Simple as that. I did not like them. Thanks, Sinzback. Thank you for lucky 13 months. Yeah, the little hole I completely forgot existed, except for when you use it for like hatches. I completely forgot it was there until I was messing around with what options I might use for the ceiling, and I was like, oh. So yeah. What am I doing? Who am I? Where am I? What have I done? So I've got the production room started. I should try and get some stackers down there, but I'm gonna move this bench over to here first, and we should have is it kit railing? Yeah, kit railing. Okay, so I can make a few of those. Good. So let's get the elegant railings in here. Oh, I do need 4. Give me the 4th one. And I'll obviously need to go get some more iron and make a few things, and that's all fine. What's the plan for splitting the room? Well, I have an idea. I'll see if it works. I think we'll go type 2. Oh, I actually need 5 of these. But so the reason I want railings is because I think railings look nicer on this sort of thing. I wanted to split this room to make sure that it was split, and I think I could probably do that with hanger doors across here. Rather than hanger doors across here, hanger doors across here will split it just the same. And also be sort of like a lockdown bit for the batteries, I guess. Now, in this transition time, I probably need to get some more solar panels. Because actually more batteries is probably more important. Which means furnace room. Just thinking, my batteries are actually looking a bit low because the Stirlings aren't able to produce as much power now. I'm pretty sure you can't double stack railings and windows. But I will check, because that's something that may be useful later. Nope, you can't double stack them. They occupy the same slot in that block. Right, let's get this out of here. Don't like the backside of windows, Danny. Because it's just that horrible grey. So it would need to be on both sides, and if it's not on both sides, it's ugly, so I don't want it. Alright. Well, that makes me happy at least. Sweet. Feels so good to get these things tidied up. When I've actually got the proper room already there. Now, I was thinking of making a second desk because I usually need a few more plant-related blocks. Which means I need to go smelt some iron. I also need to wake up. My brain is super slow-mo this morning. I don't know why. It's so... my brain is just not working. Wake up. Ah! The windows and mixed height floors and lighting make it a lot more inviting than Venus base. Agreed. Windows especially. The Venus base being all underground was just... it gets a lot. It's one of those things that it's just like, oh, so much. Blah. That's blah. I'm not drinking your bitter dirt water. Yeah, alright. Let's go get some iron. Smelt that down. No, I'm not doing the medium dish stuff. I don't want to deal with that at the moment. So, let's just... Let's go outside and get this started, and then I'm going to talk through where I'm at and where we're going. I'm apparently suffocating, so that's not good. Alright, so, where I am at, I have made a new production room, which means I can now put stackers on the machines. I still need to make a proper furnace, because this is not a proper furnace. I need to, therefore, start sorting out having an oxygen supply for breathing and an oxygen supply for burning. Which probably means I need to get more plants. Which means I'm going to need to lay out and potentially expand this greenhouse area so that I can plant more ferns down. And then also set up a proper balancing thing for my CO2 to come in and get into this space. Then I also would like to get more trader stuff set up, particularly a 5x5, a medium dish, all that sort of thing, so that I've got enough room to for that up there, which I also might make my tower taller and put a lift into it. So I actually have a lift that I have to use and don't want to use the stairs, because I'll make stairs to it, but a lift that goes up maybe 3 or 4 floors, at least, so that the control tower is actually a tower. And that's just for the fun of it, and hopefully I can make the lift fast enough that it's not just utter pain to use. No, I'm not going to move the arc furnace. Why would I move the arc furnace? It's a temporary thing. I don't want to move a temporary thing to another temporary location. It's already temporary enough. There was somewhere else that didn't have much iron. I think they all don't. That one does. That one does. Alright. Probably going to use most of the iron in here anyway. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rails. What day Vulcan am I on? 115. Oh, I just made too many of those. There we go. See, trying to do things that seem semi-permanent, like railings. I feel like it adds a lot to everything. Now, gas is in here, 73% CO2, so I could plant quite a few plants in here before that's going to be a problem. Which means that's exactly what I should do. Which means I should put my suit back on and go out and smelt some iron. I should probably try and smelt a lot of iron. Water is a soon problem. No, it's not. Water is not a problem at all, because the trader that's out there sells water. And I have $1,800 credits. So water is not a problem. I already solved it last week. Which is kind of nice. Now, I put intakes on my printers on Venus. I really don't think there's any need to. I don't think they do anything useful. So, I'm not going to put them on these ones. Like, how often am I actually stacking multiple things into the printer at once? Answer, basically never. Stackers, on the other hand, do add something useful. Which I hate to admit. What? Why would I don't want the stacker facing sideways, I want it facing outward. Why would I make it face sideways when I can orient it to make it make more sense? That's crazy talk. Alright, give me some chutes. Nope, wrong printer. Give me some chutes. Should need 3 for each. As a floor-edge supporter, down with the stackers. I don't think making them point downward would be that useful. Now, I'm also going to put some shelving in here, which means I need to make more iron again. I really do need to make that furnace room. Oh, excuse me. Hey. Thanks, Talking Beans. Thank you for 30 months. Yeah. Whew. King Cookie, I'm not a big fan of colored lighting. As a general thing. I think it's because it gets... To me, it starts feeling tired really quickly, and you're like, why did I color this room like this? This is quite unpleasant to be in. There's a reason most of our homes are lit with something between the orange of an incandescent and pure white, because it's just more pleasant. Only frustration with stackers is once you start using them on printers, you have to be mindful of what they're set to. Not really, Bullseye, because if you're worried about the ingots getting split heaps, just crank the stacker up. So this would still output stacks of 50, say, cable coils, because that's the maximum stack size, or 20 insulated pipes. But when you output the ingots, it'll output it at 301. Yeah, Perseus, I adjust the light colors in SE to be closer to an incandescent. A little bit yellow. So it's not pure white. So yeah, you can crank them up as high as you like, it doesn't really matter. Just as long as they're above 50, they should stack everything that can stack. PD, that's not about the color, that's about the brightness. Which I usually tone the brightness down in Space Engineers. It's too bright. But what I end up with then as a result, which is unfortunate, is often something that looks quite flat. And then I have to go back and adjust the lighting to make it not flat. So where is there a potato go around here somewhere? Did it go down here? There's a cooked potato. But I saw it from outside. I don't know where it went. I'm sure it'll show up. It'll show up somewhere. It'll be fine. Yeah, I picked up the regular potato, but I don't know where the cooked potato's gone. Yeah, I probably did. Oh, there it is. You right there, crazy dog? I think Charlie's being especially crazy today as she had a long day on her own yesterday. Oh, desk gone. As we took Toby to the Easter show yesterday. The base is looking tidy. I'm quite happy. I am really quite happy about it. I wonder if that's broken anything. I'm gonna go outside and check. Oxygen low. Weird. Oh, as you guys suggested it, I have been thinking about how and whether I'm capable of making a Charlie animated emote for her head shaking. Because I think it would be funny. But I don't know if I'm good enough. I'm gonna give it a try, but I have to find the time to do it. Alright, so let's get to doing something more productive. The stackers are important, but whatever. I had been thinking of the furnace room going at the end of that, hadn't I? That's what I'd mentioned last week, wasn't it? You need to put it on my soundboard. Oh dear. Oh dear. Although I should probably upgrade my solar setup to maximize this room as well. Too many jobs and I don't know how to prioritize them best. Okay. I don't think I'm going to worry about the solar panels until I get the furnace room done. I might just print off the 2 for the missing gap, because that's relatively cheap. But I'm not going to expand any further than that. The reason I'm thinking that is, if I get the proper furnace room done, I can then build solar panels with the heavier materials, and I can make them so they don't need their own little room. Which means I can not worry about having this space up here arranged the way it is, and I can just put solar panels on the roof of every building. And not stress so much about how well they're exposed to the sun, just worry about making sure they're on the top. So, I think that's what I want to do. So I'll make the 2 that I need for there, and that's it, because they're already cabled up, I may as well. Then, I do think I've got this cooling set up here. It might make sense in a sort of way to put gas storage behind the landing pads. Does that make sense?
Waste tank caution.
Does help possibly for trading. It's potentially useful there. Just trying to think about the layout of this place, because so far when I've been taking my time and thinking about the layout, it's worked out to be a much nicer place to exist. So how much oxygen do I have in here? I've still got, like, that's gonna take a long time to breathe through. What I was thinking of doing was setting up my oxygen sorting so that this tank is purely for me to breathe. And to keep this tank at, say, 4 megapascals. any overflow beyond 4 megapascals goes into the furnace oxygen tank. As a kind of way to balance things out a bit and ensure that if I'm using the oxygen for burning stuff, it's safe, because I've always got enough air to breathe, and it's excess oxygen that I'm using for that, in a sense. Oh, I should check to make sure the pump is on. Yep, insulated tanks are perfectly insulated. All the insulation in Stationeers is perfect for that sort of stuff. If it says insulated, it's perfect insulation. Wait for that to get pumped out. That should be good. And then I've spent all my money. But I have 174 liters of water, which is going to last me quite a long time. Cool. Now, is there a downside to putting the tanks behind here? It could look... I thought it could look kind of nice to have my 5x5 pads going down here. We'll put a runway and a big thing over there eventually if we get that far. But I thought having the tanks outside, along behind the 5x5 pads, could kind of make it look a bit more airport-ish. So I thought that could be a nice way to keep my gas storages there. Which means I will then have to pipe the volatiles and the oxygen from there past my mining room and all the way down to the furnace down the end here. Which shouldn't be too bad. Really, it's a lot of pipe because it's a long way. But I think having the furnace near all the materials makes a lot of sense, that I can easily go in there and grab them. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the way to go. Alright. So I need a bunch of steel. I need to make a bunch of other bits and pieces, and we should be able to make that work quite well. Tanks under the runway? No. I don't think I want to put stuff under the runway. I'm not trying to hide it. I'm actually trying to make it really visible. I want it to be exposed rather than hidden. I've got 18 steel frames. I have some sheets. Let's just quickly go check what it costs me to make those solar panels. Cool, I can make both of those. Danny, why would having my tanks outside make me work outside? I'm not following, because gas processing, it's just filters. What it probably means is I'll need some sort of network, data network, so that I can display what amounts I have in each tank on a wall, like somewhere here. And figure out how to do that. But I don't see why it'd make me need to be outside. Because I didn't really need to go into my gas storage room for the gas storage on my Venus base all that much. I was mainly going there for looking at my cooling setup. and monitoring it. Like, I'm really not seeing much reason for me to go outside. Specifically for that, because the filters don't need changing very often. The tank's pressure doesn't need monitoring. I'm also not sure that I need to store all the stuff that I stored on Venus. All right, naming it. What are these ones named? Ah. There we go. Tiny bit of extra power coming in. Oh, good. Good. Danny, I'm glad you couldn't think of anything, because I was genuinely like, I don't think I've missed any reason. But yeah, the cooling was a massive part of why I had to spend so much time in that that atmospheric room. I spent just an unpleasant amount of time messing with cooling. So, if I'm gonna build a let's get steel frames made while I'm thinking about this. Oh, I need more steel. If I'm gonna make a furnace room, I probably want to have... Actually, do I need a full gas organizational room at all? Wait, go in the hole. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, I don't know that I need to. Because I really just... maybe I don't need a gas storage area. I mean, I may want to build a rocket just for the sake of building a rocket at some point. But... not sure I need to. Let's do 4. Actually, I'm gonna do 5. So I've got just enough inventory space. There we go. Will I be diversifying my food supply? Yeah, probably. I need to build out my greenhouse properly and have the grow lights overhead and things like that first. Yeah, because I'm thinking gas-wise, here on Vulcan, I've got CO2 from outside, which I can just suck in and cool. I've got volatiles, which is outside, which I can just suck in and cool. And I've got oxygen, which is produced from my plants. The other gases, like nitrogen, I suppose I need to capture the nitrogen off-gas from my furnace, except my furnace isn't going to off-gas nitrogen, so that's going to have to come from a composter. So the nitrogen can be stored sort of separately. Are there any other gases I actually have to handle here that I'm forgetting? Yeah, Larry will be needed when I want to get lots of nitrogen for growing soybeans, so I can get soy oil. Yeah, I'm beginning to think that this base might be more fun to not have a centralized gas storage room and just have stuff where it's needed. How much nitrogen do you consume? Not very much. And the likelihood of me getting into making stuff with nitrous is low.
Hydration critical.
And because it's just for the soy, yeah. And if I get into something that needs nitrous, then I will find a way to sort nitrous at that stage. Am I going to do any plant sciencing? Like, honestly, I haven't found the drive to try and make better plants. I'm not sure what I would need to push me to do that. Because it's a really slow process. And it doesn't gain you an awful lot. Okay, so that's got the correct things. Let's set outward. Get all the gas out. Hope it gets hot enough to smelt some steel. Now, just because I can't be bothered doing maths at this hour of the morning. 627 I need it to get above. Plant science is more of a edited content territory. I find just because it is so slow. It's not a specific person thing, it's more of a style of content thing. Alright, so 627 Celsius I need to wait for. I'm pretty sure it gets that hot. Even at this time of year. I don't need more produce on less space. I kind of well, actually, now that I'm not harvesting the ferns constantly, there might be some merit in trying to... Can I make my ferns produce more oxygen? Can I make them more efficient in that front? I don't know if I can. Is that a black hole? Yes, it is. Or rather, an accretion disk. Or whatever it is. I'm no astrologist. Yes, there's a gas production trait. Ah. Can you lick it? It looks tasty. No. $627. Alright, it's still not nearly hot enough. Let's get rid of that beeping. I can see the temperature from inside. I don't need to stand out here and endure the hot. Yeah, I know the Darga ferns are a bigger O2 boost, but I was trying to think, Shadow Drake, of a reason for me to actually engage with the plant mechanics. And the reason to do that here versus what I had on Venus is that I can grow and leave the good ferns in place because I'm not going to be harvesting them constantly. If you're harvesting plants constantly, the genetic drift of that, I think, negates most of your efforts, so it doesn't feel like it's worthwhile to me. Whereas here, where I can grow them and leave the good ones in and just leave them forever, feels like it could actually be worth it. Is it going to get hot enough? I thought it was getting hotter quicker than this. I need 627 Celsius. I need another, 50 degrees. Probably tastes just like chicken, like most things. Yeah, probably. Come on. 30 degrees to go. Come on. 20 degrees. I'm pretty sure you get steel smelting temps year round. You just get less of it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come on. There we go. Let's get that steel. There we are. Steel smelted. Now, can iron be smelted at this temperature as well? Oh, iron's even cooler. Excellent. Alright, let's quickly go grab some iron. I need a whole ton of iron as well. Hopefully I've got 100 degrees worth of temperature out there before I get back. What kind of alloy types are there? There are quite a lot of them. There are basic alloys that require 2 resources that go into them. And then there are complex alloys, which require usually a basic alloy and some other materials, or just a whole bunch of different things. They require different temperatures, different pressures, just different temperatures and pressures. And it's quite a fun part of the game, I think. Let's just have that pop out straight away. Is there a quick and dirty way to put multiple stacks in the furnace automatically? Yes! Quick and dirty, no, but there is a way. You can use backpack unloaders. So you can just put a backpack in there and it'll unload the whole thing. I could have a set of chutes here with an inlet so that I could put a whole bunch in at once and it'll just gradually feed it. That also works. Yeah, there are a few ways. I tend to be pretty bad at putting the energy into setting those up at the start. But, yeah. I do eventually set up something to help me on that front. Eventually. When I set up my proper one. No storm yet today. And yes, I could lose all these ingots if a storm arrives now. But, on the other hand, that's a decent amount of iron. That will set me up for printing off a bunch of stuff for a decent amount of time. I wasn't sure how quickly the temperature would drop, but I apparently did not need to worry about it. It was going to stay up high enough for well and truly long enough during the day for me to have actually put these as a single stack instead. Oh. Let's put a couple in there. I'll put the rest in here. Don't know what actually needs iron. Thanks, X Collector. Thank you for the Prime sub. And Pinhole, also for the Prime sub. And Dartooth, also for the Prime sub. Yes, Pinhole. I imagine it does sound a bit strange when you go from watching at 1.25 to regular. Kind of like when I've just been editing stuff with Capac, where I do usually my first pass edit at 2 times speed. Or like 1.7, somewhere between 1.7 and 2, depending on how much stuff is going on. And then I go to talk to Capac at real time. And I remind myself just how slow that feels. I'm going to put all this steel in there. Now, shelves. That was why I needed lots of iron in here, because I want to put shelves up above all the machines. And I'll probably put some shelves over here for ingots. And that way I can have any extra ingots I'm not ready to put away, and probably same over here. Probably just over here. Just shelves there. And then these shelves can be used for componentry around the place. And that should hopefully give me enough storage to have a decent amount of stuff about the place without it all being on the floor. And then I can put flooring down because there shouldn't be anything else I need to put in here. So I should be able to just put floors down and not worry about having to wire it up later. Well, let's take my suit off. I don't need it on. I'm going to put more wall panels down. I would like to make this place decorated, but I'd like to get a furnace done first. So I'm trying to focus on the furnace for now, as there are some things I would like that I can't make yet and haven't made because I can't make it yet. The main one being, I want a nicer suit. I want the hard suit. If I get the hard suit, my temperature losses outside, or temperature gains, I guess, will be slowed dramatically, and it'll make it a much more pleasant experience to be outside for long periods of time. So I think it's well and truly time I put some energy into getting that in now. Alright, 60 steel frames should be enough for me to set out this furnace room. And I am thinking... Oh wait, it could... Was I thinking of putting it in this space here? Maybe I could just put it here. This is kind of a no man's land, and I don't really have any purpose for it. If I knock this wall out that way, push it out, I should be able to put it in here. I had talked about making the furnace in a depression in the room though, hadn't I? But maybe I won't do that now that the production room is. Oh yeah, hangers. Where are... Kit hanger door, made from the pipe bender. Let's get those and we'll sort out the separation of the rooms. But yeah, I think I'll knock out this wall, go straight along there, bring out that wall and bring that to a corner, and then I'll use this space in here to create my furnace. Because then I can make the furnace controls up on this wall. Oh! Yeah. I could... Oh, wait, can I do that? I could make this into the airlock that goes into the furnace back room. Like, where you can actually be in the same space as the furnace, and then this wall here is where the furnace actually is, and I put my controls on it. I could do something like that? Hmm. Hmm. This wall, aka Deep Darkness, yes. Oh, I have to move my cables. Well, that's irritating. Oh, hang on. What cabling can actually go through the hangar door? Can any? Because that's not being allowed there. Oh, it has to go over the top of it. The cable up top is fine, the cable down the bottom is not. Ah, that's irritating. You can't invert the door. I mean, this one's relatively easy to fix, because I can probably just bring this up over. But this one is harder to fix. Actually, this is probably better to bring around this side. Connect that up there. Hmm. Annoying. Very annoying. Alright, Charlie, you can go out. Poor dog. Come on. What do you do when you want to go out? What do you do? You sit? Alright. What can I do here? I can figure that out. Actually, so that doesn't want to be there. I'll figure something. I need to go outside. I also need to stop that. That's enough of those for now.
Oxygen low.
That's going to keep being a warning every time I put my suit on, for the moment. I think the reason I keep getting that warning is that I have borderline oxygen levels inside the room. But that's mostly okay. But it's borderline oxygen levels in here, which means as soon as I close my suit, I start producing extra CO2 in that suit before it actually fills with the oxygen. I think. I have lowered pressure in the suit, yes. So it's probably also emptying out the suit pressure before it starts adding extra O2. That's probably part of it, yeah. That's another good point. And I didn't bring the rest of the things out with me. That was silly. No, the suit thinks the base has high pressure, so it fixes the pressure in the suit before it fixes the O2. I think is how that's working. Or not working. Okay, then this goes up. There we go. That's rewired. Now let's see if we can get that door in. I don't know if I can make a nuclear battery until I've made the furnace. I think that's the reason I haven't made nuclear batteries. I haven't checked what they require yet. Require for a while. But I think, yeah, Inconel and Astroloy. I've been waiting to get the proper furnace before I make them. So that just has to wait. Okay, make up your mind. What are you doing? Placement is blocked by cable corner. What? Now you complain about that too? Okay, this is starting to get to the point where this isn't worth it. And I should just put a single door in here. And put a wall in. Alright, this is rapidly reaching the... Let's just not do it. I think I'm just going to put an interior door in here. And put a wall along here. And we'll call it a day. This is just all getting too silly. Like, there's just so much work to get the hangar doors to fit in there. It just doesn't feel worth it. Especially just so I can stare at batteries from my production room? Just... yeah. No. Yeah, I tested earlier, the interior doors do, thankfully, divide the volume just as we need them to, so they do what I need them to do. So you can see now, we have room 31, room 32. that's... I think I might go with those panels all the way around just so that it looks a bit different, except for these bits. There we go. And now I need those padded walls, I think it was. Which I don't think I have any more of them. I'll deal with that later. Do I need those vents anymore? No. Do I have anywhere to store them that isn't on the wall? No. So I'm just leaving them there for now. I'll remove them when I put the shelves in. No, I didn't put the wall there. Classic. There we go. Sweet. And those can just go up on the shelf because I'm never going to use them. At least not for a long time yet. I'm going to make the flat walls. I'm also going to make the padded. So I want to see if I can put some sort of post next to the ends of these. Like, one there, and one there. Oh. Cockatoo is loud. Not sure I'm going to like the options that I have, but we'll see. Oh, I wanted flat walls, not padded walls. Go away, padded walls. The room gas makeup is like 75% CO2. It's a lot of CO2. Actually, that can keep printing. I need more of those later. Yeah, I think I can probably make this look alright by having just the one post. And the wall will stick out, so probably just the one post there. Look alright. Yeah, kind of lines up with this bit. It's not quite right, but I think that's as close as I get on that. And then we are reminded of the problem from last week. But I can't put anything else attached to it. I mean, alternatively, I could just put some white pipes going straight up, which may end up happening later. We'll see. For the moment, I'm going to stick with using these because they don't get in the way of cabling or piping or other things that will be annoying to have obstructed. While still giving me the posts that I wanted.
Waste tank caution.
Oh. Why am I wearing my suit? At least get some walls in. And that should do the trick. There was an idea that someone mentioned in the comments last week, which I sort of kind of like, but also doesn't really work for this, which was to dig out some of the soil on the far side of this wall so that I could put windows in there. But because I'm planning on putting shelving up, that would kind of block me a bit being able to put shelves up there, so I think I'd prefer to have the shelves than add the extra windows in, even though it would look kind of interesting. I need to pull up those stairs. No, there are no 2x1s or 2x2 variants of those pillars. They are exactly as they are, and that's all you've got. It is the frustration I experienced last week. And corner there. Corner there. And corner there. Look at that. A mostly complete room. No floor, sure, but this feels nice. How many more windows until you tax your interior cooling? I don't know. Thanks, Molten. I don't know. I might already be taxing it because we're at 22 degrees rather than 20, which is the target temp. I genuinely do not know. Yeah, floors in Stationeers are pretty much the last thing you do because of the number of times you need to redo cabling and such to fit things under the floor. And tearing up the floors constantly to fix your cabling is annoying. Having the fancy goggles so that you can see your cabling does help with not having to rip out the walls, because you can at least do some cabling without ripping walls out. But yeah, it's still not ideal. That is a fair point, Danny. I did manage to cool down the CO2 to make this room feasible in the first place. So my cooling should be capable of handling a lot more than what I'm throwing at it. So that is a good point. Okay. We've come to the end of the day, and power is okay. It's not great, but it's okay. And I guess it should get hotter in here during the day because the system, well, probably shouldn't. But it does seem like it's getting hotter during the day when there's enough light hitting these windows. But overnight it gets brought back down to 20. So over the course of a full day-night cycle, I'm not being overtaxed, but of the course of the day, it does seem like I am. I don't think I've got the CO2 top-up changed. I'll go have a look.
Oxygen low.
I can't remember if I messed with that side of things. I feel like I messed with it, but then I maybe have stuffed up the messing with it. I don't know. Yeah, Flame Dragon, the vents have that moire effect, which is one I try to avoid.
Waste tank.
Not the vents, the grates. So having lots of them in an area is not ideal. That's not right. Why is that set to 10 megapascals? That's not right at all. Why? And how? How is that wrong? But that's not a back pressure, so no, that's a pressure regulator. It is a pressure regulator, right? Yeah, that's a pressure regulator. Let's just see what my script is doing and if it has anything to do with it, or if there's something else weird going on. No, it's meant to be set to 90. I was meant to just turn the pump on. It's weird that it's got a 10 megapascal limit on it, though. Because how did it acquire that 10 megapascal limit? That's very weird. That feels like something went wrong there. It wasn't on, but it's still not right. Wait, why have I even got this set? I'm confused. I'm confused. What am I... It's meant to turn it on if the pressure in here is less than 90, which it... I suppose it's just keeping it at 90. But why is it keeping it at 90? Why didn't I keep it at 100? I guess I didn't want to fully fill the space? I don't know. I don't know. No, that pressure regulator is not supposed to be a back pressure. It is not a back pressure regulator. It is a proper pressure regulator for regulating the pressure in that room, not the pressure in these pipes. The pressure in these pipes is set to 10 megapascals. Because that's how much CO2 I wanted to keep reserved for cooling. Because my cooling CO2 pipes... Alright, 20? What is going on? I'm so confused. What is happening? Oh, that's something's gone haywire here, because that shouldn't be that. There's no way I would have set this to that value either. This was the pressure regulator, which I set up at 50 kPa to fill that space with relatively cool CO2. This is the air conditioner set up to cool that down so that when I opened up the rest of the base, it wasn't scaldingly hot and killed my plants. That all worked. This was set to 50. I have since used a chip in this AC to turn on and off that CO2 filler at a value which I set based on the pressure inside. So if the pressure is less than 90, it turns that on. If the pressure is greater than 90, it turns that off. When did it get the 10 megapascals? I'm going to guess it acquired it through me messing up other chip that I'm using, like this one. Maybe setting it as well. Because it's meant to set this... No. What's this one meant to do? It's meant to turn on when the pressure is less than something. This one's meant to be filling this up to 20. And it is turning on and off that pump rapidly. So it is sitting at the edge of 20 megapascals there. Did I set it to that by accident? I mean, it doesn't technically matter, but it's nice to have an extra safety here to make sure I don't overpressure my room. There is a clip of you setting it. What? The clip doesn't work. Nope, clip don't work. Now,
Hunger caution.
it's fine. I'm very confused by that, but it is fine. So, let's get back on task. Oh, 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 oh. And to ask, the big fan you have for the cooling system, is it not just wasting power as it will always be on every night, but just venting straight out into the world via the regulator? No. I'll go back and I'll explain how that's working. Hang on. So, this vent pulls in when the air outside is cool enough, which goes into this system and compresses the pollutant, which gets immediately sucked out as liquid into this liquid pipe system. So every night, this system is sitting at a high pressure and a lowish temperature, ready to bleed off liquid pollutant. When I need extra CO2, some CO2 is pulled from that, but otherwise, it goes through here, gets the compressed pollutant, and that then gets used for cooling. Any excess gases through this back pressure regulator do go out, but because the pollutant is being bled off, the pollutant concentration inside this tank is substantially lower than the pollutant concentration of the atmosphere. So by having flow through there, I bump up the pollutant concentration and drop the concentrations of the other ones closer to atmospheric. So there is intentionally some waste through to try and bring that pollutant concentration higher and keep it higher to keep getting that liquid coming through. Let's see. Clip. Suppose I could listen to what I'm saying. Celsius CO2. So if I set this to 10 megapascals. Why did I set that to 10? The labeler, 'cause I should remember to do these things. And turn that on, we should start getting that gas coming out there. So, okay, let's check this out now. Oh! Is that a back pressure regulator? Have I How do I tell what device this is? It is a back pressure. I still don't understand this sign. This symbology still does not make sense to me. I think the symbology is inverted from what it should be. Because the arrow implies pressure being applied. The symbology is not clear. And it always gets me. Ah. Right. Anyway. This is effectively being a pump right now, so it doesn't matter what it's set to. No, a filter would not improve this system massively, Pinhole. The filter is the creation of the liquid. A filter would slow down this system massively because a filter can't process as fast as this powered vent can. So if I filtered before the powered vent, I'd need more filters than I need by just slamming pollutant into this thing and letting the liquid drip out. This is much more efficient, as far as I understand it. Because I just slam so much in because the powered vent is so powerful. Like, I would need to have several filtration units to even hope to keep up with this powered vent. So I'm using the powered vent and the liquefaction of, not liquefaction, that's a corpse thing. Liquefaction to move the filtered liquid in. Can you put a filter on this side? Yeah, you could. I'm not sure that would, but that'd still run into the same problem because it's still not as fast as the powered vent. So this thing would explode from overpressure.
Waste tank caution.
And cost more power to run those filters because filters cost a lot of power to run. No worries. Always happy to explain these things, because I find out often if I explain things and I've got the understanding wrong, you guys will correct me, and that helps. Why did I try and turn that on there? That's not what I meant to do. My boring potato diet continues. I was going to get more iron for making more planters. Because I need more planters. Yes, I should return that back pressure regulator to its previous setting. That is a good point. Let's see if I can get this done before it gets cool out there. Otherwise, I'll just wait till tomorrow. I'm not in a particular rush to get the planters done, but I should try and get more planters in because I need more O2.
Waste tank caution.
Come on. Quickly. The furnace temp should be high enough. $800 Kelvin. Alright.
Power low.
Yeah, power low, whatever. Maybe you should make an IC script for daytime filtering, so bleed off the volatile CO2 during the day, and then the tank will be lower at night to top up the concentration. there are some small efficiencies like that that could maybe add, but the alternative is another powered vent. Just push more gas through. And another powered vent is probably better. Since it's going to push so much more pollutant into the system. That's kind of the thing I keep running into with this cooling setup, is that it reaches a point quite quickly where it's just make more gas go through, not do other things. Thanks, Turiel. Thank you for 21 months. How's everything going? I am slowly waking up. I was really struggling at the start of this one. Hey, Iceforge. How's it going? Welcome, Raiders. Yes. The other option is just take a page out of Top Gear's book and just add power. More power. Just go harder. Not smarter. So I'm going to need this for the furnace anyway. Let's expand this greenhouse out a bit so that I can put overhead lights in. More batteries requires the furnace, so that's going to have to wait. I'll do more batteries when I can make the big batteries instead. My suit lights might help. Yeah, I think that's enough extra space for the moment. No, Iceforge, furnace fuel. If you're talking fuel mix, no, it's not basically free. The furnace, like the volatiles are free, but the oxidizer is the cost. And I need more oxidizer. So I just need, I need more oxidizer for the fuel mix. Because the outside does not get hot enough for everything. Like a lot of things, but not everything. Still needs to get hotter. And just throwing through silver doesn't work when you are using deep miners and not bothering to hand mine anything anymore, because the silver doesn't off-gas. So you can't use the silver to create nitrous to make a hotter temp either. So that's why more plants. Lots more plants to get more oxygen. I mean, of course I could try and get rockets, but I think I'll go plants for now. Rockets feels a ways off. Any other messy bits in the floor? Yep. Cool. Now for this one, I might do the cheeky. To allow the expansion to happen a little more quickly. don't normally do this, but I think for the purposes at the moment, I'm fine with it. You know, I've been waiting since you put that floor down to get rid of that bump of terrain. Only took 100+ days. Yep. It was temporary. I was just thinking, is there any meaningful benefit to making use of this at the start of a brutal run? Like building up your iron frame to vacuum a place. I don't think there is, because you need to have the active vent to do it anyway, and you're usually making something so small that it's an insignificant benefit. Alright, let's get some walls. And windows. Ah, that is a problem. I'm gonna have to put all the things on the outside, and that means I'm gonna have to build the inside ones after. Where's my glass at? Where did my glass go? I didn't leave my glass up in the solar room, did I? I wouldn't have done that, would I? Don't think I would have done that. Where did my glass go then? Oh. Oh. Well, I think I've got some planters ready to go. Does anyone remember where I dropped the glass? It's not on the shelf. It's not on that shelf. Not on that shelf. Oh, there it is. There we go. I'm probably going to need some more, but we'll see. What do the planters stack to? 5. They really don't stack very high at all. Let's see, don't build the outsides of glass window, make them walls so you'll change them sooner. No, 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 no. They should be windows, because I'm planning on putting windows on the outside of these other bits too. So what it may mean is that I finish off the original bit sooner. Maybe. What about making the greenhouse too tall with this expansion? I was toying with it as an idea, but I think the extra work required at the moment might be too much of a distraction from trying to get a furnace up and running. Also, I ran out of frames. And realistically, I ran out of frames. That's the reason. Now, this cheese does still work, right? Right? I'm not about to release a whole bunch of pollutant and volatiles into my base. So I can't remember if I've done it since they did their last atmospherics update. The one that stopped the mining from smashing you against the walls. Yeah, one would think you've got a completely full block, and that's how it has behaved, but they also made it so that it doesn't smash you around and you don't have the big gusts of wind when you're handling these as much as you used to, so there is a part of me that's worried. Alright, glass, glass, glass. Glass all the way around. Check the roof. Glass all on those. Glass all on those. And glass all on those. Good, good, good. I know I have all the ground on the inside. I was well aware of that. The reason... That's the reason I complained earlier. Alright. Well, that's a good sign. The gas went in, not out. So we are good. This works. Testing is for chumps. Test in situ. It's never a terrible decision. I was moderately confident. A little worried, but moderately confident. There we go. Greenhouse expanded. Now grind those out. Oh wait, no, that needs... What is it? What is it I need to deconstruct that bit of... No. Never mind. It's also the crowbar. Okay. This is a nice quick expansion. Yeah, this... If the Atmo that I... Had I bled Atmo in that was hot, I'm not sure it would have stayed hot enough for long enough once it mixed with the atmosphere in here in order to cause an explosion, but it might have. Certainly possible. But it also could have been nighttime gas, in which case no explosion, just poison.
Hydration critical.
Floors for that finished look. I'll get floors. Maybe. This feels like the time I should say floors are for quitters. Yeah, I have a forest floor. Full of plants. Maybe maybe one day chickens. Now, what is the atmospheric makeup in here now that I've got all that extra CO2 I just pumped in? Still 72%. Sweet. I can take my suit off. Finish this off and then start laying out those planters. One downside to the double windows is that I'm highly suspicious of. Not certain of, but highly suspicious of, is that double windows will double the thermal load from the windows. Unless the ones that are on the outside don't count as connected to this atmosphere in here because of the internal ones. Which is possible, I suppose. Glad you're enjoying it, a bowl away. I've lost track of chat. Why not take down the outside ones? Because they look nice. Looks nicer having the outside ones. That way the outside of the base looks good too. Yeah, I still eventually need to set up lights for the new bit. Not immediately, though. No, Charles. Windows will only impact the, like, double glazing is less impactful in a sunny place than it is in a cold place. If a lot of my heat is coming from solar radiance, then having double glazing doesn't really make much difference. But yes, it is really hot outside, so that may be there may be heat transfer through it, and then having a vacuum in there does make a difference. But because my heat is actually coming from the solar radiation, not from the heat being transferred from the gases outside, the double glazing doesn't really matter. Because the radiation is still making it through the double glazing just the same. Oh, solar, black hole, pedantry, petards, I don't know. Whatever. It's like saying, how on earth did this happen when I'm not on Earth? Eh. Okay, so a single light did a 7 by 7. So maybe I can be somewhat optimized and have this look nice too. I've got grow lights around here somewhere. Yeah, I do. So if I go there with my light, or rather there, then we should have that as the center. Then we can go 1, 2, 3, and we can go 1. Wait a second, was it 7 by? Yeah, it was 7 by 7, and it was the wall that was different. So we go 1, 2, 3 that way, 1, 2, 3 this way. I did like the raised planters on Venus, yeah. You can thank Shadow for that one. She did it on our Terraformers run, and I really liked the look, so I happily stole it. That's not good. What just exploded?
Oxygen low.
What just exploded? Bad wrong? Much bad wrong? I just wish I knew which bit exploded first. Oh dear. I mean, looking at the center point of the explosion, it does seem like it was the gas in the gas tank, in the jetpack tank, exploded, taking out and damaging other stuff around it. Well, let's go inside and see how much buffer we have before that becomes deadly. Thanks, Denom. Thank you for 53 months. We're at low amounts of volatiles and pollutants. We're at 29 degrees Celsius, though. That's not good. Thank you, Shaggy. Thank you for 27 months. Okay. Now we have some goals that are very clear, and I am awake. Forget about the grow lights. I need to sort out filtering. Let's get a filter. That is Atmo. Means I need some iron. Let's go get some iron. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay, so jetpack filler, not in an unpressurized environment. That, dumb. Not a good idea. Should not have done that. I'm sure there's iron in the other printers, but I don't want to take it out. No, I did have a pressure regulator on it, Pinhole. The issue was, it got too many moles. The gas tanks, when they're sitting in those bottles, gain heat from the atmosphere, which I forgot. Or at least I'm pretty sure the issue was that. The gas in the tank overpressured the tank. Because I had a bottle in the thing ready to swap out for. That bottle was full of CO2. The CO2 was probably pumped in while it was cooler. It then got hotter, overpressured, and exploded. No, Back pressure. No, pinhole. You got it back to front. This is a pressure valve. Back pressure wouldn't have changed anything.
Power low.
Unless you're talking about having a back... Like, oh, are you talking about like having a reverse feedback loop? So it has a feedback going the other way as well. If so, yes, that would have worked. And I misunderstood. I'm sorry. But yes, that would have worked. And that's something I should probably set up when I do this again. Because I will, shortly. Oh. Oi, don't slap me in the face with stupid iron sheets. Go away. Oh wait, here, stack with those ones. Alright, atmospherics kit. Gah! Forgot about that. Well, we got no more volatiles now. That was unavoidable.
Hunger caution.
I'm just gonna set this up here. Maybe over here. Just gonna set this up over here because I just need something that's gonna work for quickly. I've got passive vents. Input. Output. I won't worry about the pressure differential. I'm just going to slowly clear this space. That needs to be inline tanks though. Okay. Now we need some regular pipes. Yeah, I'm not too worried about how quickly this works, just as long as it works. This bit. It doesn't need to be speedy. I just want to know that I'm actually doing the thing. And getting this space cleared up. The reason for an active vent on this, Charles, is to create a pressure differential across the filter. That's why people are suggesting that. And it does speed up the filter. But it means I have to monitor that active vent so I don't... Oh, actually no I don't, because it doesn't overpressure, does it? There we go. But yeah, I could use an active vent to push in, which will push it up to pipe scaring pressures, but not pipe exploding pressures. But this should work well enough. Let's swap tanks, not open the tank, because I don't want any pollutants in there. Pollutant filter. Let's just check, are we... Yeah, all the volatiles got cooked off. Yep. Think we're good? One filter. Right side, even more CO2 now. Yeah? Yeah. Okay, so we will slowly start reducing the amount of pollutant in the atmosphere now. It's going to take a while, but the percentage is low enough that it's not going to be poisonous in a big way. Just not ideal to have it. Okay. Now, let's go around and have a look at my atmospheric system and see what I need to do. Yeah, portable scrubber would probably work adequately there. Alright, what exploded in terms of damage? So we've lost power. So let's trace the lines from the powered vent. So powered vent goes straight down, comes into here. Looks like stuff on the vent side of things is okay. Just take those off. Vent side of things is fine. Goes through. That's going all into there. There's my smart gas canister. Which seems quite broken. Yet he's still showing a pressure. Which is weird.
Hydration critical.
So where did I have my thing? Ah, there. So that cable run that ran down here was how everything was getting powered. Okay. So that needs repair first. So there we go. The cooling system from that side is now back online. Which means I should be able to, once I make sure all of the holes are patched, reconnect the AC. And I'll remove this AC. It doesn't need to be there. I think I'm just going to get rid of that whole section. And we'll think about setting that up a bit differently. So that line runs onto there. Which runs down to that side, which should, therefore, be fine. If I reconnect it. We now have a tiny bit of volatiles in the base, but I suspect that will just get deleted. It is so small. There we go. Deleted. That's fine. Now I need to... The CO2 line is still clean though. So I need to get a filter so that we can get more CO2 back in the coolant line. It's functional at this pressure, but it's not as good as it could be. And then replace all this. So I need another unit. This could have been more catastrophic had I not realized that what I needed to do was stop my air leaking out. Yes, that room went blammo. IC was flashing? Oh, really?
Hunger critical.
I didn't see any broken liquid pipes. The explosion damage seems to be limited to about here. Oh no, there are some. Man, that's good, thank you. That's a problem. I'm gonna have to purge that. That purge valve should work. To clean all that out. But it doesn't appear to be on because the lights on top aren't on because I've lost the cable up there, so let's fix that. Okay. That still seems off. Why is that off? That should be reconnected. I need to get more cables. I apparently still don't have enough and still don't have that powered up. I don't know if the gas sensor is still connected. I don't know if the gas sensor is still in existence. Because a number of things are not connected. Oh, great. And I've got 7 cable worth of copper. Fantastic. As I've said numerous times in Stationeers, the greatest enemy in this game is you. I did a dumb, and I am paying for it. Yep, the spare jetpack canister. It went boom. Took out a chunk of the cooling room. I'm trying to delay my eating and drinking and thus opening of my helmet as long as I can right now. Where did I have the power coming up from? Was it over here? Is that why we've got no power? Must be. No? Up that side. Where? How did I have this connected? And where can I most quickly reconnect it? Does seem like it went down here, but that doesn't go where I need it to go.
Waste tank caution.
Yeah. Then that goes along there, I think, and was meant to join up to that. Ah! That was terrible cable design. Yeah. Yeah, how bad's my pollutant in here? Still bad enough. Well, that's going to be annoying. It's going to take a while for that to clear out of these tanks. Actually, how much? Well, that one's going to have some in it. Oh well. It'll be what it is. Let's drink. And we'll eat. And I'll have to purge my suit. I can't really do the airlock vent trick, actually. Well, I sort of can. I just have to time it really carefully. Because otherwise, the air that I vent out will explode when I get outside. And that would be bad. Alright, the copper is almost done, right? Come on. Oh wait, why aren't I smelting copper regularly? There's enough temperature outside.
Power critical.
Yeah. Suddenly reminded of Jorgenvid's shadow, the whole popping the waste tank too close to the base and getting firebutt. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Therein lies the problem with doing things that way. One of the problems. One of several. Yes, Kikogi, I could do a whole bunch of different things like that that would be very simple to empty the waste tanks. All of which need to be ignored right now because I need to get my cooling system back up and running because the base is already at 35 degrees Celsius. What I really need is just a proper waste tank emptying station that's permanent. Maybe even making the suit storage thing that people wanted me to make, but I kind of wanted to get a furnace up and running today because I still don't have one of those. And so it's just that constant battle of there are so many different things that I want to have. Hey, lights came back on, which means purge valve is working. Which means that is now empty and I can set it back up to the correct levels. Unknown, flashing error unknown at line 6. Why is it flashing at line 6? What is missing? Let's go check. Could be the sensor, yeah. Line 6. Yep, sensor. Do I need a new sensor then? So I might have exploded it.
Air tank low.
Yeah, I'll get my air tank, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, so much. Ah. Yes, you're gonna complain, I know. Now you're happy. Now air is going into vent. Should start getting some liquid pollutant in there. Yes, good. Cooling going back through the air conditioner, which should be starting to cool my base now. Assuming that CO2's temp can drop. Good. That could have been so much worse. So much worse. kind of got lucky, I think. Which feels weird to say when I had an explosion in my base, but it could have gone so much worse. Now, did learning happen? Guess we'll have to see next time I decide to try and put an uninsulated bottle outside. Also, apparently the uranium is accumulating slowly. Yeah, I lost an air conditioner, my CO2 top-up for my base, and the CO2 top-up for my cooling loop. Yes, I lost all those things. I'm also going to duplicate my power hookup, like so. And there is a little redundancy there. Wait, what? Why is power still off? My lights. Why is power still off to that? Oh, it never got connected when I redid the wiring. There we go. Okay. What temperature is the base at now? It's coming down. Good. Things are cooling. Things are better. I can fix up a lot of these problems with relative ease and probably make this system better. And so I'm going to pause, go to my Be Right Back screen, and take a quick bio break. I will be back in a couple of minutes. And I'm back. And now, what can I do to make this system better? Hmm. Well, yes, let's do this. Let's have a look at a listen, I guess it is more. Because that's all. There's that. Bang. That's not good. What just exploded?
Oxygen low.
There's so much fire. So much fire. What just exploded? Oh boy. I don't know if there is a good thumbnail somewhere in that. It's really, really hard to get pictures of explosions in Stationeers that show something more than just a screen full of yellow. But maybe there is. Okay. So I need to get my CO2 filter back up. I need to get my jetpack filler back up and have 2 regulators on it. 1 to fill it, 1 to stop it from overfilling. Because one of the things that took me a long time to get any semblance of being decent at was telling the difference between something that looks good at the level of detail where you can see a full screen and something that looks good when you look at it at a thumbnail. I still get it wrong from time to time now, but less often than I used to. Atmo. Need more copper. Oh, that's why I also needed copper. Okay. Yeah, I need the liquid pipes as well, don't I? The fans should be fine. The pollutant never got over 1%, so it's not an issue. May as well do a bunch. Oh, copper hiding in ferns, that's what you mean. I thought I picked... Oh, no, I didn't pick that one up because it wasn't finished. I just did the furnace one, didn't I? That is true. That will probably get slightly rearranged to prevent precisely that issue. I think I might make 2 of these and double air conditioner onto the general pipe, the base pipe, and then I'm going to connect that pipe network up to various rooms in the base. I think is how I want to do it. Good, sun's coming up, which means we can definitely get the copper smelted, and maybe even the iron. I mean, honestly, Hushman, yes, the jetpack filler should be in the controlled atmosphere, so it's not an issue. I'm not even sure... I don't know, with the suit filler, does that also fill propellants from jetpacks? Probably not, because you don't really take your backpack off. Because I'd want to leave my jetpack on. Oh, it can? If you put the jet backpack in it, yeah. which I probably won't do. Breathable, waste, and propellant. Yeah, good point, Zinzamac. With them being divided into individual rooms, it does make some more of an impact, but hopefully not hugely. Having them separate. So that's 327 Celsius. Okay, cool. So if that's not... We need to set that outward. Empty this thing. Flip it. There we go, got the copper. Which unfortunately is not more than a stack. Which is actually really annoying. Poop. I'm gonna need to go do more copper. Get this iron done first. I do have a stacker, but I don't have any stackers set up so that I can split stuff like this. Suppose I can just take a, one of the chutes off the back of one of them temporarily. That's probably the easiest way to do it. Split off 200. In fact, yes, I will just do it that way. 500 degrees. I'll come back to this. Although, how much copper do I really need in here? I don't know. Alright, that worked. $179 for that. $271 for this. I now have a nice full stack of cable. Okay. What am I doing? Atmospheric kits. Need them. Taken outside. Oh, it's saying it's hot enough. Do I really want the stacker on the tool printer? Don't know. Don't know. Maybe? Probably not. But it'd look funny if I didn't have one on all of them. I think I'd dislike the fact that it all looked different out everywhere. Filtration unit. Oh, I lost my IC-10 and I don't have a copy of it. Arrgh. The one that was in this. Oh, that's annoying. Need 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll be on. I can add it later. I'm gonna put this pipe down this way this time because it gives me more room to play with. Excellent. We'll put other air conditioner in here. Nope, other way around.
Waste tank caution.
That way. Cool. Now I need to bring 2 pipes over, and I need to plug this in as well, of course. And I probably need to have this do what I'd done with my air conditioning in the past, where I had it set to turn one of them off once it reaches the desired temp. And it only turns on above that temperature. Because otherwise they kind of fight each other, which is not helpful. I'm not sure I do have the code for the CO2 filler in the thing, because I can't remember what the last one was that I opened. No, because I went and checked. So I overwrote that. I got rid of it. Gone. Now, do I have some liquid pipes lying around up here? I do. Ah, I've got enough. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. And... Filters. Need filters. Medium carbon dioxide filters. Yeah, it was something like that. Something, checking out to output filter to pressure, blah, blah, blah. Something. I don't remember. I just didn't want to have to do it. That's what it comes down to. I didn't want to have to make the thing again. Why would I want to do it again? I want to take advantage of the thing I already did. I want to make a furnace room! So I shouldn't blow up my cooling room. No, I don't think I saved that one because it was such a quick thing. And it was relatively simple, so I don't think I saved it. Oh, I forgot to print off the basic pipes. Excellent. That's repaired. That's repaired. Get some basic pipes. And then figure out what I actually want this to do. I can turn that on.
Power low.
Was I only turning that? Oh no, this only turns on at night, so it shouldn't get ever terribly, terribly hot. That's going to take forever to fill, so I can leave that running for a bit. Tyrannius, yes, you did miss an explosion. It was a painful explosion. Not deadly, but painful. How's my pollutant doing? Down to 0.05%. Getting there. Oh yeah, there were 2 explosions, that's right. That's true. There was a second. Not as devastating, but pretty much as surprising. So... finish the thing. Guess I should get some IC10s. Gonna need more gold. Yeah, the spoiler alert channel on the Discord is for clips and such. So that people who want to watch the VODs don't have to be spoiled on surprises that they may want to experience properly. Rather than... thing. Delete after fixed. Vulcan vent cooling. What was delete after fixed? Huh. I think that's the code I need. Is it? Is it the code I need? Maybe it's not. It's turning the pump on, which makes me think it is. But it's not. It's also not setting the thing off, so there's more to it than this. Alright. That was the top-up base. Yeah, that's right. That was for topping up the base, which I also need to set up a system for. But that we will get to. Because that system's gone. I need to top up the base's CO2. So the base is actually... is the base gaining pressure right now? It's up to 103 kPa. Alright, let's go see what I actually need to do. So I know what I'm coding here. So, what I'm wanting to do is run this filter until its output pressure is at 20 megapascals. And whenever it's running, this pump turns on. So let's name this pump to make it easier. This pump will be CO2 filter output pump. And I'll set that onto device 0. Which isn't going to work because I didn't connect the data port. Okay, CO2 filter output pump. Because the pump is basically there to create a nice pressure differential between this side and this side. So we've got a nice pressure difference, which allows the filter to be more effective. So we've got a 23.9 megapascal pressure difference. Sorry, between this... yeah, between this side and this side. Otherwise, those two would be identical. That pump doesn't need to be on if the filter isn't active. So I can save a bit of power by turning off that pump when I deactivate the filter. Just finish that off while I'm thinking about it. Not that it's actually required. And then we've got... yeah, I should just... that should all be fairly doable relatively quickly. Yeah, I don't think I control the pump before either, but I can now. So why not? Should I not make it better? That's what explosions are for. Ensuring you can make things better. Alias pump D0, cool. Alright, so we want pressure in the output line. So when pressure in the output line... Ooh. With a filter, is it output? It was output, not output 2, wasn't it? Pretty sure. So when pressure output is less than 10,000, I'm just going to alias things to try and make it easier to remember what this stuff is. Load into press out. Pulsing on and off of the filter doesn't annoy me one little bit. Not in the slightest. Because I'm never near the room. So I don't hear the machine turning on and off, so I'm not worried about setting some sort of hysteresis. So pressure out. When pressure out is less than that, devices ons.
Hunger caution.
It was a YouTube comment suggesting I do this more, and I know you guys have probably been saying the same thing to me in chat, and I've just missed it. But I should name things more so that I can see what a script is and know what's going on. Alright. Set pump and set... Can I do this? Alias. Filter. DB. Set filter. Mode. Devices. On. So that should be... It loads the pressure from the output, checks that if it's less than 20 megapascals. If it's less than 20, that means devices on becomes 1, so the pump turns on, and the filter becomes active. Then a yield, then go back to the start and check it again. You want mode not on, because if I turn it on, it turns the whole thing off and the script stops working. So this needs to be on mode. And I'm pretty confident it's mode, not active. Or activate. Pretty sure it's mode that I want, yeah. That is all good. Export.
Power low.
Do I need to save it? I don't know. I don't know. It could be useful for... Like, there could be more things that could use this. Where did we get up to? 4.6-ish megapascals. Do I plan on blasting that filter again? I don't know. Do I plan on it? No. Is it going to happen again? Unknown. So next up is setting these air conditioners to turn off one of them when the temperature is reached. That sound of the atmosphere almost exploding just terrified me for a moment then that I'd connected that pipe wrong. Oh, momentary panic. I think this needs to get more volume. I think this pipe network is too small. That temperature was flicking around all over the place. That's a bit better. Still is flicking each tick, but it's not as bad as it was. Now I should run this along here. And find out where that joins up, so I can connect it up and have a vent there as well. Sarian, if you're watching the VODs, I 10,000%, a million percent, infinite percent, as far as I can tell, would get more revenue on YouTube than I do on Twitch. Because as far as I can tell, you get 0 on Twitch. Like absolute 0, nothing, nada, naught. Whereas YouTube, you get something. Yeah, that'll do. That'll probably get annoying at another point in the future. Because I'm doing this with it. But at least there's a second vent now. And I didn't need to print off a bunch of stuff to do it. But if you want to see Twitch chat, like if you want to see the chat, then you got to watch on Twitch. So if that's what you want to do, that's fine. That's an annoyance I have with Twitch, not with any other person. Any person. Companies are not people. Cool. That looks tidy. I like it. Andy, I'm pretty sure you mean it depends on which judge you pay. So, next up... I need to get my jetpack filler fixed. And this time have it somewhat safer. Oh, my potatoes decayed. I almost managed to get through all of them before I did that and turned into a little pile of sludge on top of my microwave. Yeah, Jamoran, I try to do that quite a bit, like reply in such a way that you don't need to know what was written, and either read it out directly or reply in such a way that it's not needed. It's taken some practice to get to that point, but I do try. And I can definitely get better. Oh, my plants are fine. They don't care about this slight overpressure. They'll be fine. I'm not remotely worried. But yeah, I'm glad that it is at least good enough what I do, that you guys do notice that I am trying to do the right thing with the reading of the comments and such. I've recently been trying to, whenever I have a few minutes, watch some of the people, the content creators that I've liked over the years and see what they do and see what else I can learn. That's how I ended up with vaguely copying the spinny wheel and, well, getting the spinny wheel idea for the names in the Asker streams and the Conan ones. Once Nev and I get some friends, from copying that idea from Avak, but also noticing that, like, he's very good at reading off the comments. Just another reminder to be better at it. Okay, let's go. And should have enough pressure regulators. Just need more pipe. 20's probably enough. I need a pipe utility kit, which I don't have up there. Okay, make a new one. But I don't really watch many other gaming creators these days, so I just don't have time. I feel bad watching watching Twitch when I should be doing other things. Oh, and yes, playing with Shaq is also quite nice because it's someone playing with someone who's got a lot of experience that I can ask him questions about and see what his opinions are and feelings on things. I don't get a lot of chances to talk about some of that stuff in behind the scenes, especially with someone who has that much more experience than I do. Which sadly I can't even say in a way that's joking about Shaq being old because he's younger than me. Despite his wizard-like beard suggesting otherwise. So, if I had things I need to do where I don't need, where I'm not like listening to speech, so editing, can't do that while watching or listening to someone else because that's multiple conversations, can't follow it properly, my editing would be bad if not impossible. The recordings, same deal. I can't record something while listening to someone else talk about something. And then when I take a lunch break, I kind of want to do something non-gaming related just to clear my head a bit before I go back to do more editing or recording or whatever. No, I don't need a clip for the AC code, it's fine. Just setting up a little hysteresis type thing, so it shouldn't be too hard. It's also not an urgent thing. I can do it at any point. It's only a little bit of wasted power. Doesn't actually break the system in any bad way. It just means that there's some excess power wasted. Okay, so pressure regulator going in. Nope. Pressure regulator going in. Back pressure regulator going out. That connects up there. And this connects up to here. And just need to get myself a smart canister now. So pressure regulator goes to 18,500. Back pressure regulator goes to 19,000. So if it'll fill it up to 18,500 with that one, and it'll empty out if it starts getting above 19,000. So in theory, that should make it safe. There is one small risk, which is that the back pressure regulator is too slow at emptying, and the pressure exceeds before it manages to keep it down to safe levels. So it's possible it could all go wrong. Possible. Pressure gradient. There's not going to be much pressure gradient because this side tries to get up to 20. So there'll be no pressure gradient. I mean, what I could do here to make this even safer would be to just not leave a secondary tank in there for now and just put some extra inline tanks on this so that it has capacity for a bottle to fill really quickly. Which is arguably what I should just do. Because if I just have this, then that's going to get up to 18,500, which is going to be a lot of... It means that when I put this in there, it's not going to change the pressure overly much when I fill it up. And so I can just pop it in, pop it out, and just not have a second canister for now. But we'll leave that and see if it gets annoying. It's a bit annoying having both of these running constantly. But whatever. Okay. Air conditioner. So. This air conditioner is just going to turn itself off if the temperature drops below, say, 22. Maybe not even that high. It's still hot inside. If you're not having a canister in there all the time, is that system going to heat up? Nope. This system is perfectly insulated, so it will never overpressure, so I don't actually need to have the back pressure regulator on until I put a canister in there. It will never overpressure. But back to these, We're still not reaching the desired temperatures. It's taking a long time to cool down. I think that's because this is constantly getting new gas put in, and it's going to take a while till that reaches steady state. Because the filter does take a while to get that in. Six megapascals, yeah, so there's a pressure differential. Eh, it'll get there eventually. Eventually. So I might just forget about the aircon for now. All it does is, as far as I understand it, once both of these reach 20 degrees, one of them technically reaches it first, and instead of trying to take heat out of there, it will try and pump heat into there to bring it up to 20 degrees. And so then the two of them start cycling heat between them. But the frequency with which that will happen is quite low, so it should not be an issue. I could add a pump after the filter, but I don't really need to. I'm always going to have at least a 10 megapascal pressure differential across here, because this side gets up to 30 and this side gets up to 20. So there'll always be a 10 megapascal difference across, because this part has the pump on it. That's why I didn't worry too much beyond that. Now, how does one repair a pipe? Welding torch and plastic sheets. Okay, let's go get some plastic sheets and repair those pipes. Oh no. I've just pressed so many wrong buttons then. What have I done? I accidentally double-clicked. I've got volatiles in here. Not very much. Thankfully. Let's set it all off by printing cable? No. It didn't explode. I have a very basic filtration system. Not really. It's such a tiny amount. Why am I like this today? Told you all I was tired. Just having a shocker. Having an absolute shocker. I want this to ignite! Nope. No ignition. Ruthane, what do those acronyms mean? LEL and HEL. I am not familiar with those. You do have required minimum concentrations of gases before they can ignite. So you do have that. that's probably not plastic for now. I have no idea. No, it seems like gases can combust no matter how high pressured you make them. Oh.
Hydration critical.
I think the volatile's deleted itself. Or burnt. I'm not sure which. But they're gone. At least. Cool. That's good. Open this up. Let's go do some quick repairs and then have a think about how I want to do the CO2 filling of the base. Because what I kind of am thinking is, given the plan to have most of my gassing system separated throughout the base, not all just in one area and concentrated. I think, oh, repair that too? Okay, fine. What does the powered vent need to repair it? Maybe I can't. Just do a few repairs. Not super worried about repairing everything, but at least at least I can do some now. Cool. Yeah, Crazy Canuck, I think that makes a lot of sense. Do a CO2 filler to fill up to a pressure limit and an O2 extractor to remove below a partial pressure, above a partial pressure limit. So it'd need to be a partial pressure limit rather than a specific percentage. Although, in theory, the CO2 should be topping up fast enough that the O2 will never drop it below that, so I could just use... I could go simpler and just use a percentage straight up. Because the percentage should, under most conditions, translate directly to a partial pressure. The complication comes when I talk about adding nitrogen to the system. And that's when it sort of ends up being, well, you need to then go with making sure you have a correct partial pressure of each gas and operating them basically independently of one another. So I'm thinking that's probably the better way to go, is to operate on a partial pressure setup for each one and a pump that just pumps in until that partial pressure is reached. So, since I don't have a lot of nitrogen, CO2 is going to make up the bulk of my atmosphere. So, that's not in a... I'm not in a hurry to set that up. I'm going to get these plants growing first. Let's get some more oxygen. See, it does. I'm going to check the wiki just to make sure I have got this correct, but I'm pretty confident this is what I saw. Let's check. Stationeers wiki. Grow light. There we go. So when placing on the ceiling, we get 3, 3, 3, and 3. So yeah, we get full coverage of 7. Because this is also showing that's the wall mounting area. And this is the ceiling mounting area. is the way I interpret that. All right, let's deal with that heavy breathing. Does it actually describe it in words? Illumination radius is at its maximum 2 to 4 small grids away, which coincides with one large grid size. So ceiling mounting then has the best coverage of 41 versus 37 of wall mounting. Um, 41. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Huh? How did they get 41? That maths don't math. No, 6 sevens are not 41. It's 42. So that their numbers don't even line up. So which other bits of this are wrong? Yeah, so it's saying that this is 37, which is also wrong. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times 7, which is 42. So this section is wrong, which is why I interpret this as being a square. And this is the rectangle. So this whole page on their wiki is wrong. But I'm not 100% sure in which way it is wrong. But I'm pretty confident that what this is intending to say is best coverage of 49 against the 42 of wall mounting. Which means 49, 7 by 7. And this is the 4, and this 7 by 6 is what's overlaid in this tan area. The grey area is the fill. So that picture comes from a Reddit post where they said it did 42 of the seedlings. Oh, so that's showing large grid, but then that means that the wall size, the wall one does exactly the same as the overhead. There's no benefit. Unless they're talking you can't plant those ones. But then these pictures are not very well done, unfortunately. That is interesting to know that Opera does a terrible upscaling thing. Right, so I have to do 7 by 6 with making sure the light is around the right way. Okay, fine. That's fine. That is confusing, but fine. So that means I have to ensure that the light is the correct orientation around for this to work. So the side that's going to be reduced is the side that the power comes out of. So it'll be that way. Which actually works to my favor, so that's fine. Then we do another plot over here. And then I've got a nice little gap in the middle so I can walk down between them. And these will be my urns for creating oxygen. And that's going to be another 84 plots, which is quite a lot. By my standards anyway. Jackie, I have not actually... I own the Stationeers flags suit pack. I have not really looked at what flags are actually in there. I know there's an Australian and a Kiwi, for obvious reasons. Because this game is made by Kiwis. Or a Kiwi company. There we go. Have almost exactly the number of things that I needed. Perfect. Now I just need to pipe them up. And then I can hopefully see that my O2 production is going up quickly. So where are we at? We're at 25% O2. So what I'm thinking I do is set a partial pressure of O2 to 30 kPa, a partial pressure of CO2 to 50, and then when I eventually get nitrogen, I'll fill up the other 20% with nitrogen. But leaving myself at 80 kPa most of the time should be quite manageable. I think. I think that should work reasonably well. Now, I'm going to bring the water around this end, I think. Because then I don't have to deal with being near my filtration unit over there. More water pipes. No, I want to leave the gap. I want this little spot here because I want to be able to walk between my plants rather than having to walk over them to get to things. I want to leave a gap down the middle. So what I'll probably do is grow light there and then I'll have another plot here. So I'll have a... They'll be deep this way, but I'll still be able to walk over to this window. Or I might leave a gap between them so I can walk around all of them. I don't know. Haven't decided yet. No, the Midge. I don't believe there's any significant difference from the way I've set things up with having nitrogen in the gas mix in terms of heating and cooling. One of the reasons people use nitrogen for a cooling setup is that it liquefies at very low temperature, which means you can make it very cold before it liquefies in the pipes and causes damage. But it doesn't have the specific heat of the different gases in my air mix is a tiny little factor in terms of changing in terms of the temperature shifts happening more rapidly compared to the large volumes I tend to work with. But yeah, in certain other uses, having different specific heats does matter, but in this particular one, I don't think it does. It's such a small factor that can... yeah, it can basically be ignored. Because I don't need to worry about a couple of fractions of a degree temperature change over the course of a day. I will join these at this end. There's part of me that's tempted to lift these up a block, so they're not on the ground. But I'll leave it at now. I wonder how they decided which flags to do for the flag pack and which flags to not do. Because obviously there comes a point where it's like the amount of work to create every single flag is probably not warranted. Especially for a game that sells at the levels that Stationeers does. But I don't know what their criteria was. Don't need to worry about the grow lights immediately, but I will place the other one and plug it in anyway. Where did I leave my grow lights? I threw them on the floor down in the production room. Not in a fit of pique, but in a fit of panic. Just fill the entire area and enjoy a walk in the grass. It's not a very smooth walk in the grass. It's a bit bumpy. It's a shame you can't throw items onto shelves. It kind of is. Kind of is. And same should work here. There we go. Grow lights are in and on. Probably want some regular lights over there too, but anyway. Oh, do ESA astronauts all fly with the Euro patch? That makes some sense why they would go that route then. And boy, has it ever been a challenge to retrain my brain to say ESA instead of ESA for that. Alright, start the planting. So much faster when I remember to do this way because I don't need to worry about accidentally harvesting and replanting. Eh. Oh, the joys of planting plants. Yeah, did France and, like, did any of these countries that are part of the EU but have their own, did they ever fly to space under their own flags before flying under the Euro flag? Or are we just looking for an excuse that doesn't exist? And it really was just, they looked at how many players there were from each country and they picked the most populous ones in their player base.
Hydration critical.
And that's why there's no Danish flag. That does feel like the most likely reasoning.
Power low.
Ugh. Yikes. This is not the most thrilling of activities, but it's super important for me. There we are. An extra 84 plants. Substantial increase. Don't know if I'm going to notice the pace change, but guess we'll see. Makes you wish for a Larry, yeah. Ah, there we go. KB found that Rocket did reply to some community comments asking why certain countries weren't available and said that it was based on sales data. So my boring, logical assumption was correct. How typical. No one wants the boring, logical answer to be the right one. What was the pollutant in here originally? The pollutant in here originally was pollutant and a little bit of volatile that exploded. But I think my filter is slowly getting rid of it. Very slowly. They said in a live stream that the Dutch flag will be added only after they officially apologize for Floor Jansen's music career. Yeah, it started at 0.09%. It's getting down there. It's a slow process, but it is a process that is working nonetheless. Okay, So, now for some maths and a pump. And an IC10. But I only need to worry about the CO2 IC10 for the moment, and then I'll do an O2 one after that, which will basically use the same code, just with the numbers tweaked. I need some gold. Let's go smelt some gold then. $100. Sensimac, I don't know. I just thought the random nature of that response was funny enough to repeat. I don't know what they have against anyone. I mean, I'm surprised that they didn't cheekily not have an Australian flag. I was half expecting there to be a New Zealand flag, but no Australian flag. And Rocket's response to be something along the lines of, well, the Australian one's close enough. Like, they're similar enough. You can deal with the New Zealand flag. Although I feel like Awesome Tommaso might be making that up. But yeah, I am surprised that they didn't just cheekily say something like that. So I need 2 of these and I need another housing. Or 2. Housing. Into a couple of those. So I need a pipe analyzer. And I need... I may do one of them with a sensor and one of them with a pipe analyzer. But maybe the pipe analyzer on both would be smarter. No, maybe I should use a sensor on both. Let's go have a look. So for the CO2 one, I kind of feel like having a sensor in the room is more reliable than having it on a pipe, which is constantly being added to or subtracted from. But it should be close enough. If I'm sensing this pipe that's connected to all the rooms, it should be close enough for the top-up purposes. Could I use the AC? I could, but I would rather not for this because this is a specific different purpose and I prefer to keep it isolated so I know what this thing is intended for, like what it's actually doing. So I pop it there and then let's go get a pump. Just makes my life a little bit easier to puzzle things through if I break it later. And I have to come back and I'm like, what did I do? How have I done this? Pump up here? I do not. Let's make a pump.
Waste tank caution.
Pump. Um... Yeah. Oh, and pipe analyzer. Need that. Oh, wait. This thing needs more gold too. Just when you put the walls up, you can't see the IC at all. True. True. Unless I do the same and put the little cutout one like I have in the production room. Which is something I probably should do. Is use the cutout one more. Crazy Canuck, my experience with backpacking was that the Canadians were just as bad as the rest of us. As in the rest of the former British colonies. Or, yeah. Rather than it being the Canadians and the Kiwis hanging out together, the Aussies and the Brits getting drunk, and the Americans trying to keep up with them. My experience was that, at least in the places I backpacked, it was Australians, Kiwis, Canadians, and any of the European countries, and the Brits all hanging out together. Not too many Brits though. Then because I was in Central America, there were lots of Israeli and American tourists who kind of were doing their own thing and getting drunk in their own ways. But not too Americans backpacking there. More in the resorts in that part of the world. Lots of Israelis though. Now, remember to turn the pipe analyzer on. And set it to a device. Let's give it a name. Pipe analyzer in stores? Then I need a pump. Which can do that. And that. That should be CO2. And that is my base. Okay. Let's name this pump. Also set rate high. Base air mix. Base air pump CO2. And I'll put that on device 1. So we've got pipe analyzer and the pump. Done. Can you label IC housings? I think so. you can pretty much label everything. I could name the plants after you guys if I decided to. Which I have been tempted to do in a playthrough at some point, but not this one. Like this could be base CO2 maintenance IC housing or something like that. If you put the filtered output from the pollutant filter far away from the intake, would it speed up since they are in very different cubes, i.e. would the Atmo move around? Yes. It would make a bit of a difference, yes. You might... I was intending to do this, but I don't know if I actually did it. These vents are in different cubes. I did that on purpose. Because then, without needing a huge number of pipes, I do have them in different cubes at least. So that was intentional. That was done to work better. All right, edit. Create new. What was this doing? What was this thing doing? This was my CO2 filler pressure limit. Something like that. All right, alias. We want, it was analyzer. D0. Alias. Pump. D1. Start. Load. Alias. Pressure. R15. Load into pressure. No, I can't use pressure. I have to use something different. Press R. From analyzer. Logic type pressure. Load. Alias O2. 14. Wait, no, CO2. Load. Yeah, CO2. Analyzer. And then, what is this called? Analyzer. Ratio carbon dioxide. Then I have to do some maths. Oh boy. Because I need to... what do I need to do? The pressure times by the ratio of carbon dioxide. What does this give me? Is this a 0 point something value that this will give me? Or is it going to give me a percentage? It's a 0 to 1. Cool. That's what I was hoping it would be. So I can just multiply. Is that multiply? Register equals, yeah. Alias CO2 pp. 13. CO2 times press R. So now I've got my CO2 partial pressure and set less than CO2 partial pressure. Wait, no.
Hydration critical.
Pump on. This gets This is probably a not horrible habit for me to use, but it gets a bit much naming every register. CO2 pump on, set less than, pump on, CO2 partial pressure less than 50. Then we do set, pump on, yield, start, jump to start. Now I also probably want to have some sort of safety on this so it doesn't turn on when the pressure is less than a certain amount within the coolant line. However, the likelihood of that happening is very low, so I may put a safety on another device to turn off this pump, turn off this IC10 instead. I'm naming these registers because I'm not needing to reuse them.
Oxygen low.
I know at times I do need to rename them
Critical.
and reuse them, but at the moment I don't really need to, so that's why I have been naming them, because it makes my thing more readable. So, if we get the pressure, which currently is 100, and then we load the ratio of carbon dioxide, which is greater than 50% right now, that will be 0.5. Oh, it's like 70% or something. Let's check. So yeah, 71%. So let's just check this. 100 kPa, 0.72. Multiply the two together, we get 72. That means the pump stays off, and we go back through. So that should be fine. Yes. Should probably check if the total pressure has not exceeded 100. Yes. But well, actually, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. If the pressure in here is 200 kPa, the partial pressure of CO2 is still not going to be allowed to get over 50. Because we're doing partial pressures. So that doesn't matter. I want 50 kPa of CO2 in each cube. So it doesn't matter what the base pressure is. I'm just conveniently at 100, so it makes the napkin maths easier. No, there is no safety required, Danny, there. Not for that. This is safe. There is no additional benefit to any sort of check if the pressure is over, because this is not going to be the reason the pressure is over, because it can't be. Invented stick, I'm not worried about a little bit of margin going over to have a reason to tone down the setting of the pump as it gets closer to a particular value. It doesn't matter. For my purposes here. I don't need it to be that accurate. In the case of creating fuel mixes for my rockets, the pump switched off quickly enough, if they were sensing the right volume of gas, that it also didn't matter there. They did not switch off quickly enough when they were sensing the tanks attached, but when they were sensing a specific pipe volume, it was quick enough that it didn't matter. You didn't need to tone down the pumps there either. It was actually ridiculously quick. I'm not sure what circumstances you'd need to have control over that. I guess it would be if you're creating such a large fuel mix that you can't just use inline tanks to store it all. And you need it to go into tanks, big tanks, and so you want to wait for equilibrium, so you want to slow down when you get closer. So the only safety that this needs potentially that it doesn't have is to turn itself off if the CO2, the base's coolant CO2 line is too low in pressure. And I don't have access to that information unless I go and name one of the other machines and use it to load that info in. Yeah, Tria, exactly. If adding CO2 is causing the overpressure, then the script isn't working. The problem is elsewhere. Or the script isn't, straight up isn't working, like it's not turning itself off. Because it is set at a safe level. If you guys think that there needs to be another safe level, either... I honestly believe that you're not understanding how that script is working. Or is intended to work, or I'm completely missing something in my script that's meant to be there. But I'm pretty sure it is all there. Because if I just added it if the ratio is too low, then I can overpressure. That's where the problem comes. If I work on a partial pressure, it eliminates that problem entirely. Now if I name this filter, I guess it's the only filter on the system. CO2 cooling top up filtration. That'll work. There we go. So if I go and now add alias filter D2, and then we have load alias coolant brass. Just because I've been doing this, load into coolant, press, filter. I think it's output pressure. Because it's still output 1. Pressure output, yeah. Yield. Branch. Less than. If coolant press. Oops. Start. Coolant press. If it's less than 5 megapascals. Now. Nope. Wrong order. That way. That makes more sense. Branch let's see if A is less than B. If A is less than B, jump to start, and it'll just not do the other stuff. Done. That doesn't turn it off, though. It's a good point. That is a good point. Jump to off. Pump off. Set pump on 0. Jump to start. There we go, that does it now. Whatever. It's messy, but it works. Confirm. Export. Messy but functional. Basically, that is my life. Especially in Stationeers with all the floorage. Well, pump didn't turn on, so that is a good sign. It's going to be a while before that pump does turn on as well, because I'm way over the partial pressure that I have set that at. So I'm at like 70 kPa when it needs to get down to 50 before it'll start kicking in. Yeah, still at about 70. But the CO2 percentage is dropping relatively quickly now. And CO2 and O2 is up to 27, which is nice. I will be right back. I need to take another quick bio break. Just a moment. And I'm back, and I got a storm, which is delightful because that means it should get cooler outside soon, which will help boost my cooling setup for a little bit. My doors throughout the base aren't likely to achieve anything by being shut because they are interior doors, which means they let air through. And this airlock around the side here doesn't actually airlock anything because it's the same room on either side of the airlock. So I should probably remove it. Do you guys know when the ferns don't have light, do they still produce oxygen? Or do they only produce oxygen during their lit phase? I presume it's only during the lit, but maybe it's not. Maybe for performance reasons they just make it constant. It's set per tick. It's always. Okay. Alright. Now in here. This one I should probably just use the filter, because I can turn the filter on and off whenever I need it to turn on and off. So how am I going to sense accurately? The filter should be able to get all the information it needs from itself here. So I should be able to read pressure on the input, which I can, and I can read the ratio of oxygen on the input, which means I can do all the calculations I need to do and have it turn itself on and off whenever. Okay. That works. Edit. This is going to get confusing, but it's basically the same bit at the start anyway. So we can get rid of this part. So we want to... I'll rename this to filter because it then makes more sense. And set to dB. There is no pump on D1, so we can get rid of that. So the pressure will be pressure input. The CO2 is not CO2 because we're checking O2. And that is not the thing I wanted to press. I want ratio carbon dioxide input. I'm going to rename that. Rename that. So O2 partial pressure will be oxygen times the pressure. We then set less than... We don't want pump on. It'll be filter on. O2 partial pressure less than 30, I think. Oops. I didn't fix writing this bit. Whoops. Oxygen input. The ratio oxygen input, and that's it. And yeah, changed mode, not on. So as long as the oxygen gets above 30, it'll... Wait, no, I want this set greater than. Because this one's emptying, not filling. So this one needs to be set to greater than. So, we get our pressure overall. We get our... Oh, I think I need more... it should be fine. We'll see if this causes a problem. When it flicks itself on. Then we get our oxygen ratio, multiply them together, which gets our partial pressure. If our partial pressure is greater than 30, then turn the filter on. Otherwise, turn it off. Yep. Confirm. Export. Mode idle. Cool. What's the temperature outside? Oh, it's dropping now. That's good. Thanks, Chip. How's it going? Yeah, cool. I now have my gas balancing set up. So, what I could do from here is have an overflow from this tank to a large tank over by my furnace. Where once this tank gets above a certain pressure, we have a back pressure regulator that checks it and will overflow anything from this into a large tank, which is where I have my oxygen for my combustion furnace. So that was the gas stuff I needed to fix in order to get the furnace up and running. I now just need to wait for a whole lot of oxygen to actually be made. Which means I probably want more plants. Why would I want an O2 and AC on my oxygen supply? It's already got one, because it's sucking it from the room. So it's already going to be relatively cool. So I might try and move my pollutant filter elsewhere so I can plant out some more of these planters. Because I really do want to up the rate of production here. I want all of the oxygens as quickly as I can get it. Where do I want to put that? Where would make some sense? I could actually filter off the... like, put this around in the atmospherics area, couldn't I? Because I can filter off the intake slash base atmospherics lines. Like, I can filter off these. Should probably do that. No, Andy, I'm not stacking a double stack of planters. No. I don't want to have a setup like that, so no. Ugly. Ugly. Cheesy. No. No. If you wanted to, like, that sort of testing, nah. I'm not usually keen on game-breaking stuff like that. That feels really just weird. Right. So if I've got that little plot there, if I put a light on this bit, there'll be a line here that's clear, so I'll be able to walk between. So yeah, that could work. Does mean that I then need another light out here for these, or do I move all the plants over a bit? I don't feel like I'm actually gaining much from that. Which is annoying. I feel like I need more greenhouse. Or I need Darga ferns, but Darga ferns I never got on my previous base where I had much better trade setup. Much bigger. So I'm not likely to get them anytime soon. So I'm not sure how much efficiency I can really add to what I've got set up at the moment. Which is annoying. I just need to make a big... I just need a yet another expansion to the greenhouse. Going out that way. How many ferns am I really going to need? Is it just that I'm being impatient and I happen to have a whole lot of resources so I can do this? Because I don't feel like this is that different to how much I had on Venus. It feels very similar to me. But if I increase the pressure here a bit, it should hold the temperature for a bit longer. At iron smelting temps. Even if the sun starts going down. Yeah, I did have a lot of absorbed time in the cooling to allow the oxygen to build up. So I didn't feel the need to get it to happen as quickly, I guess. That's true. So yeah, I guess I'm expanding the room again. Pushing it out even further. Because I just need more oxygen. Because I need to make enough oxygen that I can use the furnace, and I also need enough oxygen
Caution.
that I can make it into water. And I don't really want to wait around for it. Yeah, Jeb, I'm glad you're liking the Conan thing. The town, for those of you interested in the Conan stream series I've started, the town is already looking like a town. It's going to be quite cool to show off. People were exceedingly fast, which I kind of expected. What about split leveling this expansion as well? I think, the digging out of the ground might be problematic for the angle of the sun. So if anything, I'd probably want to go up rather than down if I split leveled this. Dunno. Nope. Hydroponics trays. I'm only artificial lighting during the astronomical winter when I have lots and lots of power. During the summer, as you can see, they're off. There's no artificial lighting. It's all done by the star. Black hole, whatever you want to call it. No, yeah, as I said, not actually using the grow lights. True, the solar could be more farm. That's true. If I upgrade to heavies. But again, that requires the furnace being done. And I'm doing this to enable the furnace to be done. So I'm unlikely to get an advantage of that as soon as I need it. Yeah, I could make a large oxygen farm section. I kind of like walking through my greenhouse area and seeing like tons of plants. I kind of like that as well.
Air tank low.
It's not a purely functional thing, it is also quite an aesthetic benefit. I need more oxygen. That's why I was coming in. Forgot what I was doing. Open that up. Maybe wall and interior door before you expand so you don't outside your base. I'm quite a long way from that. Like, I reckon the volume of this room is still smaller than my gas storage room in Venus. And it took adding it to my regular base in Venus to exceed. So, I think it's fine. Soda, I always stream today. You can see it on my schedule. Every Friday. Yeah, I'm thinking about how I would split level up, because obviously if I intend to raise the roof level so that this doesn't feel so cramped, splitting the levels up would mean the plants are closer to the... I'm just not sure how to make it work at the moment. It's not clicking for me. Yes, but today is Thursday. Indeed. Some of you, it's Thursday. Has been Thursday for me for like 10 and a half hours. And down goes the black hole. And how are we progressing? I'm just trying to get a sense of how quickly I'm gaining. So down 0.5% since I last checked it, and that was probably 20 minutes ago. It's not terrible. That'll probably be enough steel, I think. Now this one I might evacuate properly. Nah. I'll do the cheese. Oh, if I'm doing the cheese, I need more steel frames. Do. This is gonna be such a nice green area. I don't think I've ever built on quite this scale for my plants before. At least I don't have to do the whole, spend all the time it takes to set up Larry's for each of them and all that stuff that I had to do for the ones on Venus. Though I do intend to set up a system like that here, because I need the nitrogen, so I need to set up a composter eventually. This is just focusing on oxygen side of things first. Because obviously, the sooner I get tons of oxygen, the sooner I can make water and also run the furnace properly. I know I've got so much power that I could use a furnace setup like I had on Venus where I just literally heat the gases with pipe heaters, but because I've got volatiles in the atmosphere, I figured, why not? Let's go combustion furnace again. I haven't done one in so long. Let's have some fun with that instead. Do a different approach just because I can. Yeah. This garden should... Yeah, once I've got this bit in, I think my pattern of how I want to do the garden should start making more sense. Okay, so I need more frames to fill out 1, 2, 3, 4 by 5, so I just need 20 frames, which should have printed off well and truly by now. I guess we'll see if the CO2 filler kicks in when I open up this space as well. So it'll drop the partial pressure of that low enough. And get me my sheets. Need a bunch of them. 18 kilowatts is a lot to get out of a single generator, is it not? That feels like a lot of power to get out of something. A single thing. So what? I don't... saying as long as you don't count on the combustion generator, I couldn't get more than 18 kilowatts out of it. That feels like a lot. It feels like you should have more than one generator at that point. Any plans to have an office space again? No, Soda. No plans at all. Way too expensive. Not justified in any sense at all. So, no. No plans to have an office space again. Renting office space is really expensive. It was necessary at the time when Capac and I had it. Because I was moving house and we had to get the renovations done, so we were in a rental that didn't work for us. In terms of me being able to record there or stream from there. I mean, neither did the office space in the end anyway, because I had issues with it not connecting to Twitch properly. But that's beside the point. The office space allowed me to do that when my partner and I were living in a much smaller rental prior to moving into our new house.
Power critical.
But I should fill that up. So yeah, no plans at all to do some of that. It's just impractically expensive. I mean, if it was going to be at either of our places, Capac should be the one hosting something like that, not me. Yeah, no, I need to remove these. Which means doing so carefully. So I don't accidentally pop the whole thing. So far, so good. Should be perfectly safe now. Forgot about the double panel glass and panicked for a moment there. Yep, I can understand that. It is a... It's something I don't often set up. Like, I don't often get around to actually setting up the double panel glass all that often.
Hydration critical.
Okay, so... Now I just need to weld these up. Then build the walls on the outside. And then we can possibly under pressure the base. We'll see what happens. I don't think this as a ratio compared to the rest of the base will be all that impactful. It's 20 cubes versus the probably 150 or something the base is made up of at this point. I do love the atmospheric sound effects you get here on Vulcan. That exploding crackling that happens as the sun comes up and it gets hotter. It's a nice little touch. Has scared me more than once, but it's still a nice little touch. And the bubbling of the lava when you get down close to it, as long as you're not living down there. As I understand, that can be quite frustrating, hearing that constant background noise. There we go. So I need more walls, need more plastic, need more glass. Maybe not more glass. Oh, no, I do need more glass. So I've got 8 plus 13 plus 20, so I need 32 glass. Oops, that kind of follows on something that I've thought about before. So, your perception of it only outputting 16 kilowatts being small is based on its relative production compared to other things. Especially compared to what it used to be able to do itself. One of the things I've often thought about, particularly with stuff in, I think, Space Engineers mostly, I've thought about this sort of balancing side of things. Which is, if you're going to release a new block or a new thing in a game, make it a little bit not useful, a little bit terrible. And wait and see what players manage to do in terms of making it useful before you start making it awesome. Because if you make something really good and then nerf it, people are not going to be happy. But if you make something terrible and initially and then make it slightly better, people are usually fine with that. Just interesting to think about that stuff, I find sometimes. I'm going to need more silicon at some point soon. That's fine. Deal with that when I'm ready. A few more of these, and then I need to make the walls. That'll do. Tell you what. Not having the horrible breathing problems that I had on Venus, it's really quite nice. Yeah, and that's not really, I don't think that's really a valid example. Saying I don't remember people making that much of a fit when they nerfed the turbine. People were running turbine hallways off a single volume pump. That's like turning off God mode and making the game into survival mode. That one was so obviously imbalanced that I don't think anyone could reasonably be upset with it. So I don't think that example counters my point even in the slightest. How many did it say I needed? I don't remember how many walls I actually needed. Definitely less than 30. Yeah, 23 seems about right. There we go. Grab those, go back outside, get this done. And hope I don't run out of water again, because I have bought all I can from this water trader. Yeah, need more money, but that means need another trading platform so that I can go and get a trader that I can sell stuff to. I just hope it lasts long enough that it's not going to be a problem in the next stream or two. That'd be delightful. But obviously, the more plants I'm running, the more quickly I'm using up the water. Ideally, what I would like is for me to have a ton of oxygen saved up so that I can create water rather than buying water. Oh yes, I'm aware I had plans to build an additional pad. It's one of those plans that just kind of falls by the wayside. Because I don't find the trading gameplay to be particularly thrilling. I think it's a good safety net. But I definitely prefer trying to make the materials myself. But yeah, it would be relatively easy to expand it because resources aren't exactly limited now. They'll be even less limited once I get my furnace room up and running. Because then I can make all of the fancy alloys in abundance, which will be delightful. Alright, check this wall, that's good. Check this wall. That's good. Check this wall. That's good. Check the roof again. Good, 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 good. Good, 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 good. Alright, time to pop. Now, what's the O2 readout? We're up to 29.5%. Is the filter active? No, it's idle. $30 kPa is what I was aiming for, so it's not quite there. It'd need to be 32% or something, 31, 32%. Are plants efficient enough to create enough O2 to make net positive water? Yes. They gamify a number of the systems so that you can get net positivity from them, which I think is the right call. Because if you couldn't get net positive water, net positive power, etc. from a variety of things, it would mean that you are fully reliant on outside sources for things. And I think that's that would be unfortunate. I think that would make the game worse, less fun. Even if it is more realistic. And it's frankly the part about oxygen not included that I dislike. I want positive feedback loops because that makes games more fun to me. I dislike failure being forced on you. At least in the way it does it, anyway. There we go. Down to 82 kPa. Still safe to open the helmet. CO2 still won't be getting pumped in yet, I think. I can't do that maths. That's too hard. Too hard for quick brain math. It's too hard. Still 98 in here anyway. So it is taking a while to equalize, so it's not even going to get... It's still going to be quite high. Still be up in the 90s. No, Yangthon. Langthong. I don't think I need to be worried about room size for a while yet. Because this room is separated by that door from the other bit. So this isn't actually all that big. Now, how do I want to do my grow lights? I want to leave a little gap. No, I can do the same. It'll leave a little gap. So if I put a grow light there, and then the next one there, that should allow me to do 2 more little plots on each side, which gets me another 164 plants. 168, something like that. It's pretty good. 168 is the correct number. Assuming I can get enough iron to make that happen. Don't need those. Do need some pipes. I'll let the pipes produce for a bit because I'm going to need quite a few. And we go under there. 1, 2. And 1, 2, 3. Under there. 1, 2. And 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Would it be good to reposition the water pipe gauge? Yes. Yes, it's in a terrible position. It is covered by a fern. So yes, it probably would. In fact, I wouldn't mind making a dedicated pipe just sticking up from the floor with the pipe gauge on it. Perhaps. One of the thoughts I had was maybe having it stick up on the wall here, even, would probably be better. In fact, that's probably the best spot, so maybe I'll do that. But I need to go and smelt some more iron. Oops, you did a Charlie with your toe. You switched off the power to all your PCs with your toe. What Charlie did with her ball that she tore apart. Yep. That is, how much iron? I've used quite a bit of iron today. How much do I have left? Ooh. 0. I don't have much left. Okay, cool. Cool, cool. I need to get those extra centrifuges in. The thing I love about this series is comparing the historical version in my brain to the version now. It gets pretty wild. The thing is, I do keep the previous saves, so I could, at some point, if I decided I wanted to go on a trip down memory lane, load up week to week to see the changes. I'm not sure it's that interesting. But it could be done. Can't really do a time lapse here.
Waste tank caution.
Things like that really show how incredibly good the spectator tools are in Space Engineers. Like, uniquely good. That I inevitably compare every game to them and every other game comes up short.
Power low.
which is weird. Because it's such an... It's just one of those parts of the game that I just take for granted. Like, it bugs me that I can't do a spectator cam shot of my character to use for thumbnails. I really, really want that for thumbnails. I can't be the only person who makes stuff in Stationeers that wants it to make better looking thumbnails that are more interesting and have the character in them. No, I don't like the yoga look, no. I don't know how much work there would be in creating a no-clip spectator cam for this, but man, for letting creators market your game, having basic spectator tools is incredibly useful. Because I can't... It's so much harder to make an eye-catching thumbnail in Stationeers than it is in any other game that I play. And other games don't make it easy either. Like, Conan doesn't make it easy. Because you can't move the camera completely freely. Yeah, Icarus has a camera. Icarus's camera isn't completely free, but it is quite free. But I would obviously prefer a complete free one for most purposes. Alright, so that's just got to sit in the furnace until daybreak. And it gets hot, and then I can print off more plants. More hydroponic trays, I should say. Yeah. Chip, I have done stuff like that in the past, where I've used Capax PC to log in to have an extra perspective to get the extra view. And perhaps I should buy Stationeers on mod.io and install it on my stream PC to do something like that. It's a lot of work. But it is something I've considered. It still wouldn't give me all the potential angles, though. Just give me more. Noting this stuff down and bring it up. Perhaps, whenever, like, someone jumps in the stream, perhaps. I don't really like... I feel awkward bringing that stuff up. Don't really have another way to say that. I feel awkward. Starman, that particular term and the way it's been sort of bastardized in the US is odd for me because dispensary, pharmacy, they're equivalent terms in Australia. And the Green Cross is just a regular pharmacy. So it's always very confusing. Especially since I worked in a pharmacy for a lot of years. When I was a student. And the dispensary is where the prescriptions get filled.
Hydration critical.
And so when I made in Assertive Acquisitions, when I made the Green Cross, because I was jokingly getting rid of Capac's Red Cross, everyone's like, oh, you're making a weed pharmacy. I'm like, no, that's just a pharmacy. That's just where you get your medicines. So if you ever see that, that's literally all it is. It's just not connecting the same dots as they do in North America. I see you're building a Vulcan version of an explosives factory. A little bit. Little bit. I have exploded this today. Twice. And that's still not hot enough. Iron needs it just a bit hotter. Not much hotter. Just a bit. Yeah, I don't think the Red Cross thing is so bad as for them to care about a YouTube video that gets a couple of thousand views. I don't think they're going to come down on that, but it's fun to poke at. More hydroponics. Oh. Am I out of silicon or steel for here? Silicon. Alright, I do have to do a whole bunch of silicon smelting. Oh, that could be an issue. No, it won't. It does get hot enough. I'm going to go do that now because it's almost hot enough. Am I going to be able... How much of this am I going to be able to get through? I don't know. I want enough that I can put some in both the pipe bender and in the other one. Sailor Treble, I actually removed the windows here because I didn't want them. I removed the windows to not see through. Because I didn't really want to see the batteries. 652. It is hot enough. Let's just get the pressure up nice and high while it's still hot. It should hold that temperature and should be good. What's with all the centrifuges? The centrifuges are required for processing the unsorted ore that comes up from my deep miners. I actually need more of them than I have. I don't have quite enough. And I will have to move on to processing them again, to increasing the number of them soon. Especially since I have actually used up all of my reserve iron today. What about putting a console screen in greenhouse displaying battery percentage? I mean, that's probably not a bad thing to have in a few in the production room. So, like, there are probably a few things I need to put in that would be nice to put in the production room. I was mentioning earlier something else to put on the walls that I don't remember. Does anyone remember what I said I was going to put on the walls? There was something. I don't remember what it was. Some monitoring thing. This is why no monitoring ever gets put in. Because I forget what things I want to monitor. That's why I never get around to it. And let's be honest, monitoring's not... Monitoring needs to be put somewhere where you regularly go past. And I'm terrible at making good use of those sorts of spaces. There we go. That is going to last me a while. Atmospheric volumes? Yeah, maybe. Maybe? I don't remember. I really don't remember. That goes in there. That goes in there. How much more iron do I have? Still enough for another 35. Not sure how many more of these I actually need to print off. I think I may have enough. We'll see. Well, yeah, the monitoring displays are not as nice as I would like them to be, especially things with graphs on them. I've already had my graph rant last week. Don't think I need to repeat myself. Yeah, Shadowdrick, this is a lot of plants. I need a lot of oxygen. And I'm being impatient about it. Because so far I've been building quickly enough in this series that I have not been doing offline building, which usually I do more slowly and allows a lot of things to accumulate. Oops, came back before I'd actually emptied. My hope is that at this many plants, I can, during a regular stream, get to a point where I've got an excess of O2 I can use for my furnace. And I think I should get there. See ya, oops. Now I need liquid piping. There we go. Very nice. Oh, Chip, I really am looking forward to when they do make the terraforming DLC or however they decide to do it. Because having to scale up plant production and get Darga ferns and all the other stuff, I think will be fun, even for me. As I'm usually a little bit more averse to scaling up production than some players, but I think knowing that that goal is there and figuring out smart ways to scale, will be a bit of fun. I also have absolutely no qualms with it being a DLC. That sort of thing is exactly what DLC should be. Something that really adds, but isn't necessarily core to the game experience. Need enough CO2, need enough O2 to make a nice wasteful burny cowl. Oh. Oh. How much oxygen would you need to do that? To have a little just burner going all the time? Just something outputting oxygen just to burn with the atmosphere constantly. It'd look cool. But man, you'd need so much. Conan, I mean, the Kona server is going. I'll be playing again on Tuesday. People seem to be playing on it, which is good. I don't have a whole lot much more to add than that. Because I haven't seen what the town looks like, and I won't look until I do the stream. There we go. 155 litres of water. Now I need to plant an awful lot of ferns. Which means doing this an awful lot. Until I can plant and fill all of these things. So, what I think I will do is I will wrap up my stream here. And I will finish this off so that at the start of the next stream I've got all of my plants planted. And I've got my gigantic farm, oxygen farm going. And hopefully that'll mean that during the next stream I will have enough oxygen to start setting up my combustion furnace properly. I'm also going to need to set up some lights in here. But we can do that next week. I will be back... What day is it? It's Friday. I will be back on Sunday with some more Space Engineers with Shaq, as we'll be back this week. And then on Monday with more Wrong Way Out. Yeah. So there's all that. And I'm just going to keep planting while I do my outro, because this is slow and I want to get it done. So there's all that and plenty more to come. And I will see you guys then. Have a good weekend, everybody. Bye.